Hello. It is time. Okay. All right. So the idea here is that I will set up hitboxes with bone attachments. Or I guess just rigid bodies with bone attachments. Optionally, having a joint on them, which I guess the idea with the joint is that it would be meant to attach. What is it? The bone prior to it to this bone. Right, so A is the bone above it, B is this bone. Right. If I don't do that, then the attachment is... The joint will have the same... It'll have the same thing. It'll be made, but it would be made from settings in here. So it would find... It would find a setting that contains this bone, right? When it finds this bone, that would then be, that would be the angle, the axis, the angle, all that would be copied over. Okay. So I guess I'm just going to start by going through here. I could open everything up again. I committed that? Okay. All right. So yeah, I think what I do is I just go through here. I'm just going to delete these. I guess not, actually not delete them. I'm going to copy them in. So this is the front right femur body. And now the meshes will go on top of those as well. Tibia body. Okay. Right. Um. So yeah, I think the order of this should be to look for bone attachments that contain a rigid body. Those will then become those will then be jointed onto the crawler bot. And then what would happen is I would start driving the joint that they use to match the bone that the attachment is for. Linear, so linear would be like, yeah, I basically would have to go through here and copy down all their relative positions so that I know this rigid body should be at this position relative to the joint. So I can always just be driving it back to that position. And I would say the 0 angle or whatever of the joint should match the bone. So I guess I would write down what its global angle is, and I would say, all right, well, when this one is, or I guess, I don't know, I'll figure it out. I'll just start going. But this will be a whole new system too. So I need to make this, I can't make it a modifier. I could make it like a node. I probably shouldn't make it a node though. It should probably be a script attached to crawlerbot or the character that will go through and read, look for the skeleton, look for the bone attachments, look for the rigid bodies, look for the joints, and all that. So should this go underneath character then? What do I think it would... Well, okay, what is it doing? You put it on a rigid body. It looks through the rigid body for a skeleton. And then it looks for... It'll attach all those bone attachments as rigid bodies. So I guess I could just call it physics skeleton or something. Yeah, I'll call it physics skeleton because I'm not even going to use physical bone simulator. It won't be driving the skeleton, right? It's just reading from the skeleton completely. If I want a physical bone simulation, like to ragdoll, no, I wouldn't even do that either. I would just stop driving it to match the skeleton, and then it's just out of it. Hey Meep, it's weird seeing Godot being blue. Yeah, I like this color theme better than the default. Does it go on character? I don't think so. Do I make it an add-on? Maybe I should. There is, okay, so there's a concept of damage, which just means the joints kind of need to signal when they are misplaced. That's all that really needs to be. So I can make it an add-on. I'll do that. That seems smart. Do I remember how to do that? I guess so. I'll just do that. Subfolder. Script name. Yeah, plugin's fine. I can figure out if I need to change it. What does this do? Okay, it doesn't actually have a plugin script, it just has, oh no, it does. But this does nothing. Okay, so I don't need that. I'll just leave that. Or maybe not. It does not need to be a tool. It's not going to be a node either. Yeah, it's not going to be a node because I want to be able to tell it when to do the updates. So I can still have like a process function, but it won't be called by the engine. Maybe it's fine to be a node. The only reason to really make it a node is so I can put it in the scene and it would be there. Do I need that? Yeah, you know, I'll do that because I might even have settings too. So if it is actually in the scene, then I can... Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so it's going to need... It's going to have to grab a skeleton. It's going to have... I guess main body. Hi, Yulia. Delete your repo and install Gamma? What? What's Gamma? Were you not talking about that, I guess, 2 days ago? I don't know what that was. So node gets process. It also gets ready. Its parent won't be ready, but the skeleton would be ready. No, I don't think there's a reason to use ready. Delete it for the lulz. Stalker Gamma. Okay, nice. One day I will play that game. Maybe sometime after I finish this one. Physical skeleton. It will have a main skeleton to operate with. It probably needs... If it's going to be driving joints, it needs to know the joints that exist. It needs to know the joints that exist, and it needs to know the orientation of the rigid bodies that they're connected to. Which, I mean, I guess just the joint tells you that, right? Yeah, the joint has those nodes. So I don't need to save the nodes, but I do need to have at least the joint. In addition to that, I need to know Could I do this? Because thanks for following Meep. I love that they removed the chosen one in OG games, and you're just a stalker like the rest of the NPC with a better life than the real engine slop. Okay. I just don't know. I know very little about the game. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the joint 3D. I thought it was here that they have the relative. No, that's in. Like this. Joint to make generic. Joint to make generic. Jolt generic. Okay. Jolt joint. Yeah, this is why. Local ref A, local ref B. All right. What I wanted to see is if I could pull this out easily. This is so buried, it's not possible. This is already an abstraction. This is already a class that you just don't have access to in the first place. You would have to access it through. It would have to be accessed through the physics server 3D, which would mean I would just be making a method on there to obtain very specifically the local reference transforms. You get to die by a jammed rusty gun you find in an old corpse instead of you always finding ready to go Bethesda loot. I am still like sometimes perplexed by some of the dungeons they have in Skyrim. I'll find a dungeon. There is like a crazy complicated puzzle. Like that requires to like really be paying attention and like notice like some secret passage. You have to flip a switch, you have to go to some other part to find another secret passage. And then there's a door with a master lock on it. You open the door, there's a box with there's like an expert door. You open the door, there's some stuff, and then there's a master lock box. You open that, 20 gold, a resurrection potion, or not resurrection, a heal and a health potion. 20 gold and a health potion for all that. And then there's other dungeons I go to, and there's just bodies all over the place. There's just skeletons, and every single skeleton has like 200 gold on it. And then there's a switch on a wall and a door with a master and a door that says this door opens elsewhere. You flip the switch like in eyesight of the door opens, and there's just a free box with like crazy high tier stuff in it. 2,000 gold. Like it's crazy. Are procedure generated? No. Like every single one of those is made by a person, and just some people just did not talk to each other about what they were doing. There was one that same dungeon that I was talking about does that thing twice. There's a door, you don't even reach the door, you find the switch for the door first, you open it, you can hear the door open, you take 2 steps forward, there's the door, and there's like max loot in the room. With 1,000 gold. It's like more gold in a door behind a switch that wasn't even hidden than almost every quest in the game pays off. Treasure Fox feature. Like it wasn't some special dungeon either. It wasn't like it was just literally a random dungeon that was made just to fill the world. It's crazy. Anyway, I can't get to that, so I'm just gonna have to save it myself. So what I need to have is, I think I would just have a map of each joint and a dictionary mapping each joint to, I guess, just the 2 relative positions. And I guess I can expand it from there, so... I don't want to make it an array though, but it looks like it has to be an array. I'll just say dictionary again. That's probably really bad. An array probably is better. A sized array. Can I tell it it's an array of something specific? They don't like that. Another Treasure Fox feature. What does that mean? What's a Treasure Fox feature? That's a crazy dungeon too. Like I don't think it was hard to get to. I just found it. The enemies weren't high level. I think it was just Draugrs. Like the lowest level enemies in the game, basically. I don't know, maybe there's a word of power in there. Like maybe that could explain it, why someone said like, oh, this is a special dungeon because there's a word of power at the end. 100 corpses with 100 gold each. I just know when I found that, I was like blown away at how much gold I was getting. I'm like, this is crazy. This can't be right. Everything I interact with is just plus 100. Okay, so I have the skeleton, I have the joints. The joints... Okay, the joints actually don't know the bone that they're assigned to. I could just have a map, a second dictionary, which has the joint to the bone ID. I think I can find it the other way around. I think it's a right method to see anything. Yeah, find key with the value. Okay, good. I don't even need to go backwards the other way. I don't want to store them as objects because objects are really big. I think a dictionary, you know what? I think just another dictionary is fine. Another dictionary is probably not that bad. This is running every physics tick. It'll look this up for every joint. Okay, I think an array is actually just going to be better. No, because then... I don't know, what's the balance here? An array is difficult to work with, but it's going to be smaller in memory, and it's going to be faster to look up. But that changes if the array is not storing the values themselves, instead of it storing a pointer to the value. So the faster lookup basically goes out the window, I think. A dictionary wouldn't do that either. Okay, so either way, I'm not going to get... But if it's a dictionary with numbers, numbers hash to themselves, I think. Numbers should just hash to themselves, which is what the keys are. But I'd be using a string, so I may as well just use an array then. So it would just skip, at least it would skip the hash. But I also don't like that. If I did an object, the data would be stored right there. But then the creation of the object is tough. Alright, I think I'll just do an object. Because I'm only going to create them one time, so it's not so bad. So this needs to have... In fact, those are node paths, which mean I would actually rather just store the object itself. So node A, I know that these are always going to be rigid bodies. A is going to be parent, and B is going to be this body. Which means parent is the one that I don't really care about. Body is going to be the one that I'm going to be moving. But I'll be moving both of them because of how... whatever. Parent, body, and then I need the original transforms. So it would be... The joint already has the information on limitations. I have where the bodies should be in relation to the joint, and I have where they are now because I have the actual nodes. And then I'm going to need signals for when the joints are out of place. I could just have a signal of... No. It's specifically that I want to know when the joint can't correct itself. It's exceeded its like force limits. Force exceeded will provide the joint. I think it's kind of it. It'll just provide the joint. No, it won't do that. It also needs to provide maybe what I'll say is I'll have... Okay, my usage of this is basically going to be, have we exceeded our force? Okay, apply like 0.1 damage or something. That's going to be what I'm going to say. Every tick that I'm outside of it is like that amount of damage. That's how I'm going to use it. But I could still provide the linear force and the acceleration force that would correct the joint. The joint 3D should still have these limits. If I really want to know, I could look them up. Force limit. But maybe that's what I'll say. Maybe I'll provide what the force limit is, and then I'll provide how much force I would have liked to apply. Linear limit is just a float. These are both just floats. So that would at least spare me of having to, if for some reason I want to know that specifically, this would be nice to know if I really want to know it. This would be nice to know because then I don't have to go through parsing out what kind of joint it is and then figuring out where that force limit was and what it was. It's just provided to me. But I think in my usage of it, I'm really just saying, oh, it's this joint? Okay, this joint takes 0.1 damage. Is all I do. Let me move this up here. Document. Does the joint data need to have... All right, let me look at the structure of all these. Yes. I mean, okay, I'm actually only going to use generic 6-degree of freedom joint. Did I just open? I hit copy. Okay. Okay, this doesn't even have forces. Something doesn't even apply. This one has a max impulse. So that one has a limitation. This one also has a limitation. And this one has a bunch of limitations. Does it? Actually, I don't see a force limit. Okay. So the only ones that have force limits are hinge and generic. These ones look like they have like a limit on angle and distance, but then they don't actually limit what it can do to correct for that. It looks like this is very solid. It will stop itself from moving. 6-degree freedom is very loose. If you exceed its force limits, it will just break and it won't return. I think it does return, but it uses like, I don't know, it uses something weird to return. And it's very slow. But you can like temporarily break the joint. I specifically need it to not allow it to break that joint. Or if it does break the joints, these relative transforms, it is very rapidly returning to that. Okay. Does this look correct? Is this everything I would need? I don't know if I even need the main body. I feel like I don't even need the main body. Is this going to be an iterative process? One huge thing, one super big thing. So when I'm messing with engine time, I did not know this was the thing. But this is super, super important to fix immediately. Where's game speed changed? Timescale, here it is. This was a complaint I was like literally making. I was like, I can't believe this is happening. But engine physics ticks per second. There's something called constants, but I don't think, yeah, okay, that was like a different example. There is I guess I can save it here. So I could say, right. So yeah, I would change this to match the timescale. That means the timescale has to be in the physics ticks per second has to be an integer value to match the timescale, which, I mean, if I set it up right, it always will. Because, right, this is an integer, yeah. So I will just save this as a static up here, I guess. I shouldn't save it as a static. I don't know. Okay, well, yeah, I don't want to leave it in like a relative term, because I could say, oh, I'm going from 0.5 to 1. Okay, so I need to double the ticks. I don't want to do that. Or if I'm going from 1 to 0.25, then I need to quarter the ticks. I just want to say that I'm at 64 is my baseline, so I do 64 times the scale that I'm running at. So yeah, I have to save it somewhere. Okay, let's try this. $64. And then in the ready, I will compare these two. It's going to be a crash, I guess. I mean, not really a crash. It's going to be... I can't really force a crash to happen. Push error. I also see a problem with this. This has to be a global class, right? Okay, it is global. Good. So I was going to say, what if the scene changes? Is this going to be remade? No, it's just going to stay there. And I'll just write breakpoint, I guess. Physics per second will be... And it's going to complain about integer. So I will say round. Yeah, I'll just say round. But I think no, I don't want to clamp because then yeah, it just has to round. Okay. All right, I'm gonna send that right now because I was watching a video and I saw that in there. I'm actually gonna go show the video. I gotta pull it up because it was actually super cool. I didn't really get much out of this video, but it was definitely... I have to go find it. This one. I saw this video. It was... I don't even know, like, how long he spent on this. I think it was, like, really...
With a few quick tips.
It's right here at the end.
You can slow down or...
This. I saw this and I was like, wait a second. He does a floor, which is probably incorrect because floating point precision could mean you get like 0.9999999 and it would floor that to be 0, of course. So, or maybe your result is to say 16, but the number happens to be 15 and a bunch of 9s. It would, in my case, it wouldn't be that because 16 is precisely represented, I think, since it's a power of 2. But yeah, this. I was like, oh wow, this is literally what I've been missing. Good video. I will like it on this account. Okay. Right. You should definitely use round, not floor. Okay. Yep. Send that. Okay. And then I just need to make sure I actually test this. Hopefully I can run it. Okay. So I go to third. All right, cool. So I still see that crazy jitter happening. And yep. Let me like try to figure out where this position is at. Okay, so I count 1, 2, 3, and then I'm about there on that spot. So this is running at quarter speed, so I'm going to run this again at half speed, and it should land in the exact same spot. One, two, three. That's where it is. Perfect. And then I guess in normal speed. Same thing. All right. Now I get rid of the fix. I'm just going to verify that normal speed is still the same result. Although I'm like, there's no way this could ever affect it. Yep, so that's where it is. And then now if I run the sim in half speed, I'll do it right away so any errors can build up as much as possible. I should see it just in a different spot. It should just literally be in a different spot. It's already tumbling totally differently. Yeah, that's just such a different spot. Okay. And you know, just for fun, I want to see where it ends up on at quarter speed. It's actually kind of ridiculous how different that is. Is it gonna kind of land the same way? Oh, it went way further. Cool. Alright, well, verified. A problem I was having is when I would go into... I would have a physics problem before. Fortunately, it never, like, stopped me totally from fixing it, but I would have a physics issue, and I'd say, alright, let's see what happens in slow motion. And that changes the physics dramatically. It would just completely change the physics, and now the bug that I was seeing would just go away. So I'd be like, alright, well, I just don't know. Well, I guess this proof of that is that whatever calculation I was doing was just unstable. Or it would be the other way around. I wouldn't see a problem, I would go into slow motion just to see, and then I would suddenly have like a really, really bad problem. And I'll just know a calculation that I have somewhere is just wrong. I would be like inventing force. Okay. Make sure I'm not... Okay. Cool. Alright. That's a big thing. I did not realize that this was... I understood this, but I guess I just didn't think that I needed to fix it, or that I even could. But obviously I can, because this is a value you can access and change anytime. So, okay. And then I guess another test is just to make sure that if I swap between rates kind of randomly, I would just see the same thing every time. Yeah, same thing every time. Very cool. Although because of the dramatic difference in that, now I'm actually kind of curious if I should permanently bump the physics ticks per second. I probably shouldn't. I don't know. I would really like to, because what I could do then is I could look at, if I do that, then it means I have to put more effort into optimizing it. Anything I do with physics, I have to put more effort into optimizing that. But at the same time, physics sim can be multi-threaded in many, many places. The operations are generally multiplications, and there's not very many of those. You only start getting problems when you have many objects interacting with each other at the same time. Which in my situation, what I'm about to do is I'm about to create a thing with 1, 1 body plus 4 joints. Yeah. 1 body plus 4 bodies and 4 joints. So they got as 8 things times 6. It's 48. So like 49 things that are being simulated per every one of these creatures. It is also a thing where GDScript could just be too slow, and once I am done scripting a single thing, it's also that I would like a power of 2. And these are already high numbers. The next power of 2 is really high. I could just go for a clean 100. I mean, all right, let me think about like what this means. That's a 50% increase, right? 56%. Or I guess you can think about that as the other way around, a 56% decrease in performance because it has to do 56% more stuff. If I went to 100, I could go to 80. 80 would still be better. 25% increase. That's pretty divisible. I'll even look at what 1 over 80 is. Yeah, it's a pretty clean number. I gotta sneeze. I could go to 80. I guess kind of an issue right now is that these joints, what I'm seeing happen is caused by not enough sub-steps in the whole process. They're not able to iterate enough times back and forth between all the joints to get an accurate result. But I did find that just increasing the physics ticks per second also helped. Even leaving it at like 10 and 2. Just increasing the physics ticks per second also helped. So I could go back to 10 and 2. Alright, you know what? Let me try 80. Because alright, well before I even change that, let me see if okay. It's doing it again. The stream is gonna freeze for like a second. Yep, a little over 2 seconds. Gosh. I don't know why that happens. Sometimes it just like fails to work. Okay. Yeah, if I push into this guy right now, I can even go into the quarter speed and I can see it accurately. Since these things are actually attached to it, I can turn off the debug. So it's not noisy. And I'm also going to turn that off because this line is not helpful to me right now. Okay. So I can rotate this I can rotate that quite a lot. Right. Ideally, it shouldn't even rotate in that direction at all. If I drop it down again, it'll be even worse. yeah, I can basically like tip it like 90 degrees completely. Well, actually looking at the rotations, hang on. Actually looking at how it's rotating. Oh, okay, interesting. Interesting. What is that joint set up to right now? I don't have any springs on it. Interesting. What about this one? This one's fully limited. There's no springs on it either. So this one is actually rotating. This is the one that's rotating right now. It's rotating on the Y. I don't know, I just want to see what this does. Okay, that still just like totally breaks it apart. Huh. Is that really what's going on? I don't have the shapes turned on. Let me turn the shapes back on. Because when I was looking at it earlier, it looked like it was actually rotating on the inside and not like that. Interesting. Okay. So I'm seeing that move in a way that it was not moving before. Huh. So this one now kind of has a problem. This one does have some freedom though, at least on these. What if this one is given freedom on the X like it's supposed to have? A little bit of it. Actually, wait. No, this was rotation on the Z. Oh, hang on. That's Z. No, I'm just curious. Okay, interesting. Turn that off. I will allow it to have some of this. So upper angle is positive rotating clockwise, so this would be like, I'll price like 50 degrees. Yeah, 50 degrees. And then up. -20. Yeah, it's still like really wobbly there. What is up with this one? This one's like not giving it at all anymore. Which I'm surprised by, because I thought this is the one that was giving in. But now it's not the one that's doing it. What is crawler character doing right now? It's not doing anything. Oh no, it is doing something. Yeah, it's just pulling the bodies out and putting them into the root. Which, yeah, it doesn't even... It just finds them. But the joints do have to be on the bodies. I don't think the joints need to be set to the roots. Because I think I read that they need to be, but they don't. I don't think they need to be. This is just to fix this, so yeah, I think I'm gonna comment these lines out. Because I really just need to fix that, and I want to see if this still works. So the joints are still like attached to those bodies. But I don't see anything weird happening. They look totally fine. Dude, it's so obvious now that that one's not even rotating that way. Okay, so yeah, I don't need to do that. So that's good. Because I kind of don't like that anyway. Because every time you assign the node, it looks up the transforms and it tries to get the relative transform of them. Which means if it's parented to the... If it is a child of the body, then its relative position will always stay the same to the body. Which is what I would like to happen. So if there's for some reason that I do any changes or something changes that causes the joint to be totally recreated, then it'll just be completely broken. Because now the joint is like sitting somewhere off in space, further away from the thing, and not with the right relative transforms at all. Okay. I did read that you're supposed to have them outside. They're supposed to be at the same... They're supposed to be all siblings. So the joint is supposed to be siblings with the two rigid bodies it moves. But I think it's... I made that change. The joints didn't look any differently. They still behaved correctly. But they... And now I just tested it. They still behave correctly even when they're not siblings. Okay. I want to see what happens if I go to these now. If this is a little bit better. I mean, it is definitely better, but it still overextends like crazy right now. So now I wonder if I were to just jump this up a little bit to 80. How that would do. You know what? I'm even curious about this box. If this box looks more like the 128 tick sim or not. I mean, it's in between, which I guess would probably be expected. It's not sitting over here where it was at like 256 accuracy. Okay. What do you look like now? That is way better. Like, I'm struggling to really push it. Or, well, it rotates the whole body. It very quickly starts to rotate the entire body. instead of like allowing me to just push this leg and the body's like unresponsive to it. Okay. So what if then I drop this back down to like, you know what, I'll do 4 or I'll do 5. I feel like matching those two is probably preferable, because then it's just going to be more accurate, but velocity is definitely way more for things like this, where joints are moving around and they're applying forces back to each other. Okay. So that's what that looks like. What if I just went to 2? It looks really similar. Though I think I am getting much closer to the legs, and I'm not, yeah, it's definitely not rotating the body as much as it was before. So that's definitely an improvement. Just doing that. Yeah, I'm really turning the body around every time I push into it. And I'm staying pretty far away from the legs, yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. So 80 and jumping up to 5 is a little bit better. So if I think about this as being like a total of 12, so 64 times 12. So this is like 80 times 15 over okay, so it's the same ratio as if I had just gone to 100 ticks. What if I just went with this? Okay. So what if instead of doing 64, I just did... Or instead of doing 80, I just did 64 and just brought position steps up to 5. Am I still... Is the whole body rotating when I do this? I mean, way less, for sure. It's way less. Yeah, like, I'm not even pushing the leg past myself, right? Like, the leg is still staying right next to me. So it's still beneficial to go up. A little bit, but I don't know. What if it was... All right, you know, let me just see what 100 is at default. Still feels like I'm not really pushing it too much. I mean, that's just a totally different feeling. Like I'm actually shoving the entire body, and its leg is ending up like at a distance from me every time. It's not sitting next to me after I do that. But this is... You know, I'm going to say this. I think I would like this to at least be 5. Because this, like, moving the positions is still just better. The velocity is more for bodies that are, like, connected to each other, that are passing velocities between themselves. But the position is still better for collisions between two objects. So when I walk into it, I'm being pushed back a little bit, I'm pushing that thing a little bit, and then we move the position. And then we check again what's happening, right? So increasing the position steps will do way better for things touching other things. So I don't know, maybe I just do 100 and 5 and 10. Maybe that's fine. But this means... I mean, it's less than 2. Where would 2 end up being? Okay, so it's already past 2. So I'd be able to change it at all. Okay. And I mean, 1 over 100 is a nice value to look at. It makes numbers and timers in physics nicer. Because there's even been times where I have written some... When I was doing, like, weapons, I would be using physics for all the timers. And if I would set a timer for 100th of a second, the physics ticks is running at 64, which means I blow past that by like 50% every time. I'd be at 0.15, and the timer would be set for 0.1. So I guess this just means if I ever type in a value below 100th of a second, that's too precise, and the thing wouldn't be, it wouldn't really make a difference. It'd make a difference if it was some repeated action, because then eventually I would hit a tick where I'd do something twice, or maybe in a span of a second I do a thing 2 times, and then every now and then I'll do it 3 times in the span of a second, that kind of thing. But now at least here, I can type numbers that small, and the timers would look nice if I'm debugging them to figure out what's going on. Because yeah, I think I even have timers just on a crawler leg that are... Yeah, here's a timer that's been tuned for 1 over 64. Right? All these timers have been tuned for that. So... I mean, I guess I would need to correct the timers. 0.1875 is what? how do I do this? Is it 64? Times 64. 12 ticks. Okay, the closest one would be this. .19. What would be the next step up from that? Yeah, so probably what I was looking for here was just 0.2 then. I'm gonna say 0.2. And you know what? Just to match it, I'll just actually make it slightly more accurate to what the real thing was doing. This value, 09375. Is 6. So what is that? I'm gonna guess it is closer to 0.9 than it is to or 0.09 than 0.1. Back in a second. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with that. I'm just gonna go with these values. Yeah, okay. I'll be back in a second. Or a minute. I'm back. Okay. What was I? Right. Committing 200 physics ticks with 5 position steps. I also have this. I bet if I drop that back down, it's probably going to... It's probably going to really... I think I tested this one, and this one actually did have a huge impact on it. At least I thought it did. I mean, it should. Am I crazy? I feel like it's snappier when I'm at 0.9 somehow. Like I accelerate faster and I decelerate faster. Is this even a thing I can change? I mean, I guess it is something I can change while the game is running, but maybe not. Okay. I'm gonna automate this. Put myself there. Okay. So I'm gonna make it so every... It'll be like a half second of left input, half second of no input, half second of right input, half second of no input. Maybe more like 0.8 or something. So I just need a timer and... Or I guess not. Handle input. I guess I just do... If we're less than 0.5, desired direction is going to be yeah, right. So it's relative to where I'm facing. And then I want to say from 0.5 to 1.1, I don't move. And then another half second of left. And then it would be no input for Another point. Yeah, another 0.5. Actually, let me say a full second. Actually, I'll do 0.7. And then reset it. Okay. Okay. All right, that's what that looks like. Do I have the times wrong though? It's 0.5, 0, and then 0.7. Okay. I mean, it's right. All right, so that was 0.2. That's what 0.2 looked like. It looks identical. But it's not identical. It's different. Okay. It was moving before. Over time it was moving. Now it's not moving. It's okay, sometimes it has a little bit of a hitch. But it's very stable. It's going to the middle of that one and like making a square or a rectangle on that one. So every now and then it's slightly different, but it's really consistent. Okay. Okay, so it went off quite a bit, but now it's like kind of in the stable position. Why did I think it looked different? There is a difference. There's definitely a difference. It's more about like where this line is ending up. Or is it just random chance? Oh. Interesting. Okay, well, I just want to know if there's a difference. I wouldn't really I guess I would kind of understand why there would be a difference, because something with like it falling into the ground and then pushing off the ground from the spring, but nothing. Okay. It should change the spring though. The spring should be something. Oh. Okay. That's 0.9. That was 0.2. Now this will be 0.9. I think my spring is actually unaffected by this. Yeah, because my spring doesn't even run through that. Yeah, I shouldn't see a difference. But interaction with other objects will be different. Also, I expect now that I shouldn't like go launching. Oh, okay, well I launched and that ball is gone. Alright, well that still happens, I guess. It's just crazy. Hmm. I just wonder. Because I know at some point updating these values did stop this from happening completely. Oh, right. Okay. So those still, that was actually like way, both of those launched way worse. All right. That, I don't know what to do about that. That I'll have to figure out. Actually, I can see in slow motion roughly what happens now. Because I'm not amplifying. This was definitely the case that when I went into slow motion, it would not happen. But now I can see it happen. Okay. So it seems like I basically walk onto it and then I launch. But just walking into it should be like a push. My spring is not pushing back on that object. Why? Huh? That's just a mistake. Alright, well now I see it. Why is that not pushing back? It's literally right here. How is it not doing it? Oh, no, I do understand it. Um, it is this. But I think what I mean to say is that if it's like this and the ground is yeah, let me do this. But if it's a rigid body that I'm touching, then I use that. And I also only use it if I'm currently colliding with a static body and the next collision is a static body. Okay. So this should still be the case where if I walk into here. Okay, weird. I'm not sure why that happens. Oh, alright, so I broke it completely, I guess. It is a static body, though. Oh, it's not. What? Okay, let me do this. Instead of that, I do like... Okay, 1 second. I'll be right back. Gotta take the dog out again. I'm back. Okay. Collider. How does it... I don't understand. How do I know what type of collider this is? Because it's more specifically if it's a static. I want to look for a better static. Otherwise, I do collide with the first thing I touch. So how do I know what type of collision it is? There's a spring cast, which extends a shape cast. I guess I can get a collider RID and look up information about it from that. Because I use that to obtain the ground state. Or the direct state of it. But yeah. I'd be looking for get collision layer. But more specifically, I want to know what type of thing it is. Body mode. Body get mode. Static. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. If body mode is static, body get mode static. Is it a physics body? No. Okay, interesting. Okay, but it doesn't have... anything like friction, though. Okay. I don't know. Okay, so I need to know... Gosh. So annoying. Okay. If it is static, add that, and then if we are colliding and this, I hate this so much. Sometimes this is like one of the reasons why I just hate Godot. I have to write crap like this. The thing is, they put a lot of enums in global space, which I don't like that. But then there's enums that get really long. They have this naming scheme as if it was meant to be in global space. Instead of doing body mode dot static, it's body mode dot body mode static. It would make sense if it was either a global thing, so then I could just write this, or if it's not global, at the very least, it understands that the type this returns, I could just cut all this out, because I know that's the only thing it could be equal to, is a value of the enum. But they don't do either one of those. Then they write the long name as if it was going to be a global value, but then it's not. And then they don't even make it so this is fine. So I could cut this out. So I have to write everything long ways, super long ways. And it's not even smart enough to know like what I'm trying to type in here. Like it could just be autofill, body mode, I hit tab, it fills out physics server 3D, body mode static, right? When I have to type in physics server, I have to scroll down, body, scroll down, and then I can finally start typing in something that matters to me. And then again, it's just the nested stuff. Because physics server 3D has to be like this super abstract thing. So every interaction with physics is through a function call to some global class. And then everything is listed in that global class too. So it's not even, it's just crazy. This is like a mega object. It contains so many things. 100 functions, 100 enums. Insane. Okay, if the ground mode is static, do this. If we're colliding and we're colliding with a static, do this. Okay. And then if it's a physics body, then that means I can push back on it, I guess, so. But even then, it's like, this should probably just return null, right? I should probably just write this out like so. In fact, I don't even use ground anyway. The absolute minimum value. Is that something here? Like default friction? No. whatever, I guess. If I'm colliding with a static and it's a bad angle, look for a better angle, or try one more time. Oh, because I could do right over it, so I need to actually do this. Okay. Okay. When I touch this, it should immediately push it, right? Just go into slow motion and see. Okay. I launched it just by walking into it. Yeah, jeez. Huh. That is a lot of force I'm applying to it. Hey, Yo-Yo. If this is over the max length, do I have to the angle? Maybe I should do that. If it's beyond this max angle, then I should reduce this, right? Did you change your chair? I'm not sitting in a chair. I'm standing. My chair is the same. I'm just not using it. Right on my brain. Nice, yeah. Cosine theta, max slope angle. Normal dot direction. Is that working correctly? No, I have not seen Dan yet today. It just launches it so aggressively. It's kind of crazy. I don't know, maybe the mass just needs to be larger? Like, what? I should probably have this issue figured out. I should probably have it figured out. I don't know, like, for what they're supposed to be, like, they should be... I don't know, what's absorbent? Subtracts the bounciness from the colliding object's bounciness instead of adding it. What does that mean? Also, why is it locked? Oh, 0.5. What if I did that? I thought Jolt has all this built in. What specifically? Okay, so I still launched that one. I still launched that one. What does bounciness do? I mean, it's more like my, the spring is the problem. The spring is doing something a bit too much. What does this even mean? I mean, it's probably just... Like, would that even work, though? If I made myself absorbent in that thing... Because I think it's probably because I have... I mean, let me just see. Which one is which? So I'll have this one be 0. Whoops. But then the question is, did that mess with this one? It did not. Okay, good. Yeah, so it just fell and stopped immediately. So if this one's not bouncy, then what happens when I walk into it? Okay, I still shot it. All right. So it's not even that. Let's see. I still launch it. I don't know. Do these have... Oh, you know what they don't have? Wait, what if I turn that on? These ones probably should have that. They have a 0.2 linear and angular damp. Do they both have this? They do. Wait, what? Yeah. But what I was going to say is... if I put air resistance... Ooh. That was different. But I hit both of them, so I don't want to do that. Okay, so I still launched that. That one got super mega launched. Okay. I mean, okay, I guess part of it is that this should also apply a force back onto me, right? Which it is. Which it is. It does apply a force back onto me. Alright, what if I make 2 weigh 10 kilograms? So I'm going to say I still definitely launched that. And what about this? 100 kilograms. Oh, this is ball 2. Okay. I'm walking into the wrong one. Whoa. Okay. The ground relative contact velocity. And then I have it. Okay, so it is that the spring should, when the spring is compressed, right. Total force plus ground velocity times mass, is that right? Total force is already... It's... It's already... Right, this is why. Wait. Total force plus ground velocity times mass? Wait, what? No, I don't think so. Well... Okay, maybe that's actually... No, maybe that's actually right. Because if I'm moving forward, then I apply... Okay, never mind. I was getting... Okay, I don't know if that's going to change it. But I just saw that, and now I'm, like, really skeptical about it. This is still 100 kilograms. Okay. It just launches it. It's kind of crazy how it launches it. Actually, should this be... No, wait a second. This should probably be apply impulse. Is force stepped? No, step is just used to... Okay, hang on. I think that actually does make a difference. Okay, I still launched it though. Man. Oh, this one is only 10 kilograms now. I catch it. Yeah, still launch it though. Why does it feel wrong though? Why is it wrong? I mean, what the hell? Like, what do I do about that? That thing barely missed me. Oh, that one just landed. Crazy. Like, That's why that's wrong. But why is that wrong? Do I need to reduce the force by... Oh. I think I get it. When I have this, I'm supposed to share by the proportional mass. That's what I'm supposed to do. So I think what I do here is I have the spring total force, but I compute the ground spring force, I guess, which is just the relative force that I am putting into the ground, which would just be its mass. It would be its inverse mass. So if I weigh 100 kilograms and that one weighs 100 kilograms, I apply half the force to the ball, half the force to myself. If I weigh 100 kilograms and the ball is 1 kilogram, I apply 99% of the force to the ball and 1% to myself. That's, I think, what the mistake is, because otherwise what I'm doing here is I'm applying 100% of the force to myself and then 100% of the force to the ball, right? Even just that small change, I think, will fix it. Okay, so that's what I'll do. I will have a value that will just be ground force percentage. Percentage of spring force applied to the ground. And then, yeah, if it's a static body, then that means 100% of the force is applied to me. Right? Wait, does that make sense? If I weigh 100 kilograms and the ball is 1 kilogram, the ball receives... ...99% of the force, and I apply 1% of the force. I mean, it's also inaccurate because when I do that, then I need the additional velocity step of saying, okay, now the ball is going 100% on the ground, and then it bounces and its ball is coming up 100%. So then I would receive that force back into myself on that and say, all right, so I applied 100% of the force into the ball pushed back 100% to me. So the ball like doesn't move at all. I just get pushed up. But then because I'm touching from the side, then the ball will push slightly out. I have to do like a virtual update, right? I actually have to step the ball, which sucks. I mean, I think even just doing the force split, is just going to immediately be a better result, right? Because the spring is applying 1 unit of force, some percentage goes into me, some percentage goes into the ball, or to the ground, if it's a rigid body. At the end of the day, that alone is going to be an improvement. Spring calculate force. It's a ratio. I can compute it here. It will be This is the percentage going into the ground. So what I want to happen is when the ground, say the ground is 200, I am, what do I have here? The ground is 100, I'm 50, or I'm, what? Yeah, ground is 100, I'm 50. Then it would be it's the masses. It's the masses. I have 1,000, I think it's just newtons or whatever. Let's just say that. I have 1,000 whatever units of force. Is it, I don't know, is it just the mass over each other? I need to look at code. There's something called effective mass. I don't know if it's spring parts. Calculate spring properties. Whatever. If I weigh 50 and it weighs 100, it would be like 150 is the total amount of mass. It'd be 50 over 150 for me and 100 over 150 for it. Which should just be opposites, right? Yeah. So if it's 0, or if I, okay, so let's say it's 1 and I'm 10. The force share would be, I don't know, is the force just half and half? Isn't it just half and half? I always get half, it always gets half. Because then the masses make up for it. I'll just say that. Instead of thinking about it. Yeah, I just want to check that that doesn't completely change it. Okay, it is. It is. Man. What if I only push back with ground velocity? Okay. Oh. I mean, that's correct, right? Mass times acceleration. It's ground velocity times state step. That's not really acceleration, though. Yeah, how does force transfer there? There's something that's like half mass times velocity squared is a thing. But for some reason I can't remember what that's for. I think it's for drag. Half mass times velocity squared. No, that just is force, actually. That just is force. Or is that kinetic energy? So when two things... There is this. What am I looking for? Is it motion properties? Um, Imputed bounce. What the? Body param bounce. Restitution. Set restitution. Body interface. That one's not inline. Okay, but it's still there. M restitution. Okay. There's get restitution. What is this though? Get body creation settings. Okay. There's get restitution. Contact constraint. combined restitution. M combined restitution. Get combined restitution. Estimate collision response. Out result. Confused. Where does this impulse come from? Oh, it's up here. All right. Hmm. What's with this kind of comparison too? If normal velocity is less than the negative, which means minimum velocity is a negative value. So in velocity would be like -1. Wait. There'd be 1. Yeah, what? Whatever. Constraint contact bias. What does that do? I don't know. I mean, it looks like it's just multiplying it. But then it's saving it to, that's saving that to a bias. I don't know what that means. I mean, definitely the thing that's wrong is that I push into it and then suddenly it launches me, right? Like, that's not correct. So something there, something here is definitely wrong. I mean, the force is just the, right? Force mass times acceleration. So why is that wrong? Is this correct? Isn't that correct? That's for friction. Solve, get lambda. Mass times JV. What's space normal dot the velocity. So their relative velocities. It should be ground relative contact velocity. Because, right, ground velocity takes out the ground normal, which is wrong. I'm very distracted right now, by the way. Okay, so I still launched it. It gets pushed underneath me though. What's the world space in normal? Access constraint. Access constraint. In manifold. So if I'm falling down, should be hitting there, pushing down, which would... It should rotate it, but then like it should push it down, but push away from me. It's rotating into me, right? That's what should happen. If the force is applying the correct direction, that should be rotating into me. Okay, so it rotates into me. But then I land on it, and... What if I run into it at full speed? Okay. I mean, in a way, it's kind of right. Like, if I were to... Oh, let me make this point on again. Like, if I were to jump onto, like, a beach ball, that's what would happen. I would compress it hard, and then it would decompress and fly away. But in this case, these are rigid objects, so that's not really what should be happening. They shouldn't be launching. But they do. But I mean, it is correct. Like, if I jump on it, it, you know, spins into me like that. It's just nuts. Is crazy. And then there's this effective mass again. 1 over the two masses added together. GV is a relative velocity in this direction of contact. And then adding their angular velocities, their relative angular velocity. But I do get that because the contact velocity is the velocity at local position. So this includes the angular velocity. I don't know. I really can't see anymore. It's that far away. It just shot off at like 1,000 miles an hour. It's insane. Like literally a kilometer per second. It left my clipping plane instantly. It's like 2 kilometers per second is what that just left at. So how does this... The effective mass times the relative velocity is the force to be applied to both of them. should it be like... This is the amount of force, but this should probably also be like factoring in the mass of the other thing, which, I mean, it would be factored in. It would be factored in. Because I can set it here. Like, the issue is that it doesn't push back on me enough, right? Like, it's not pushing back on me. Is that actually the problem? The ground does push back on me, ground relative contact velocity. Right? This should push back on the entire body. It doesn't. Because I think what the meaning is that when I walk into it, it starts flying up at a high speed. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let me see about this. I'll do physics steps. That's what I should do. Unfortunately, I'm crouching though. Let me try to get next to it. Yeah, I just slid off of it that time. It doesn't push back on me, does it? I don't receive force from the relative contact velocity. So how can I do that? Because what I noticed the whole time is I'm falling and that thing is just accelerating, right? I'm falling down, that thing's accelerating. That's, yeah. I'm basically like an infinite mass object pressing down into it constantly until it finally comes up and hits my main collider, and then I start receiving some kickback. So that's the problem. I'm not getting pushed backwards for it. So I don't store. Yeah, how do I make that? How do I make that work? Like if I'm standing still and I have like, I'm thinking about the extreme case where I have a very high mass object touching me like very slowly. How does that push me back, right? It should, because I mean ultimately I'm just thinking like if I drop myself on the elevator and the elevator starts moving and I make the elevator like 10 tons or something, and even at a slow speed that would just launch me, right? If I would just multiply them together and apply that as an impulse, right? So how do I make that not happen? I mean, I guess it's the same thing, right? It is just mass times velocity. So but it's still like in this case it's the combination of the two. So it should be like, right, the lambda here is this, which is effective mass times our relative velocities. I guess that's it, right? It is the relative velocity times the, okay. This is the relative velocity times our combined mass. So I push into it with this, and then this pushes into me with the same thing. Right? So when I fall and I hit some object, it's more like the spring receives that force. Because kind of what I've just done here is that when I interact with it, I kind of launch off, right? contact bias. That's this. It is that, yeah. Minus a bias. But this would apply into the spring. Maybe it's supposed to be. All right, let me calculate it as just an actual force. Relative to myself, I guess. But then what I want to do is I want to subtract what the spring is going to do for me. So if the spring is gonna... Why though? Why? Because like if I fall and I hit something... No, I don't understand. I guess it would treat it like it's an elastic collision. Right, so when I hit something, I transfer all of my force that I have, all of my energy into the object. Which I guess is exactly what this is. This is the same value in the same direction, but instead it's subtracting it, and here it's adding it. So it's taking from me, giving to that one. So when I apply the impulse, if I am moving, my ground relative contact velocity is my velocity, right? So I need to apply that backwards to myself. But then why is it negative here? Is that it? Is that what's going on? It's just incorrect? Collision forces are relative velocity, which would be my velocity minus this one's velocity. So when I hit something, I apply, it's like a transfer of the force. So I apply that whole force backwards onto myself, and then the opposite of that force to myself, and then, not the opposite. Well, yeah, the opposite. I take the force, I subtract it from myself, which would be like this. Then I apply that same force to it. So it's a transfer. But the issue is this happens when I land. Really? Okay. Something's a little wrong. Oh, right. It's the dot with the collision. Okay. So the collision force is this times the dot of that interaction. Or the velocity. Yeah, this dot the ground normal, which should just be collision normal. Yeah, dot the ground normal. Oh. Okay. Jeez. Is that correct? Huh. I guess so. Alright, so what now? Wow. Hmm. Okay. Alright. So it is like it hit me there. And then bias. What is bias? M bias. JV minus bias. M bias. It is only further restitution, which is a combined restitution. So it is the normal dot the relative velocity is JV, and then JV would be minus this bias value. I mean, I guess I should also include this because it would be relative velocity and then minus oh no, that it's already incorporated because I get the relative velocity at that point, so rotation's included, so that's already good. So it is just this minus some bias value, so it'd be this minus some, minus the combined restitution, right? So combined restitution. And combined restitution. It is the max of get restitution. Max of get restitution. Which is what? M restitution. Set restitution. Okay. Jolt body set bounce. Dude. Huh? RM body. Okay. Computed bounce. If it's absorbent, the negative value. Okay. Wait a second. How does that make sense? So it sets it to a negative value. God. Which one is it? Where is it defined? Not body interface. This one. It just sets it. Okay. So then I return the max of both? Which means negative values don't do anything? Negative values don't do anything? Add them together. Okay. Set combine restitution. Oh. Oh. Okay, so yeah, I just literally add them together. And I climb it between 0 and 1. Okay. Plus this one fills in. Alright, I need to get like my own RID up here or something, because this is getting annoying. I've had to write the function too many times. I don't even know why that allowed me to write it like that. I guess it's because there's an error down there. But this one isn't even used, so why is friction coefficient set there? Oh, because it's used there. Alright, but this one's only used down here. So I just leave this as 0, I guess. So I don't have to look it up. So is this dot minus, whoa. Minus that. Set combine restitution. Set combine restitution. Octave Manager set combined rested. This one, M combined restitution. Get combined restitution. I spelled it wrong. Okay. M combined restitution. Gosh. Not soft body. Find in here. Bias is this times the velocity. Which is relative velocity, which is 2 minus 1. Same thing as negative 1 minus... Wait, 2 minus 1. Two minus 1. So it's doing that multiplied by the dot between these two. World space normal dot 1 minus 2. And this one is dot 2 minus 1. Okay. I'll just move this up here because I'm using it for both. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here, times normal velocity, which is the normal dot 2 minus 1. Normal dot 2 minus 1 times the combined restitution. Okay, so now bounciness is incorporated. Stop. Okay, but it forever pushes me up, which was weird. Okay. So that's not correct. This one is the ground relative contact velocity. Is that correct? Dot 1 minus 2. Which is the case here, 1 minus 2. It's actually just this. It's always this. Friction coefficient times negative ground velocity. Also, if I'm incorporating friction, I'm doubling it up, aren't I? Am I not doubling it up? Because now I apply it back to myself. But this should be a calculation. But then I have to do this. But this also includes that. Okay. Because I do think I am applying ground friction too much now. I mean, I don't know, maybe I just set it to 0. I'll just set it to 0. Because I technically apply it here. To account for friction. Or do I? I don't know, now I'm kind of confused. Wait, no, because this actually doesn't do friction. But when I step on this, it gets really... Oh no, I already fixed that. Okay. Alright, let me get on this moving platform. That is a problem though, because when I jump on the ball, I start flying up. Alright, what about this moving platform? Is it not just launching both of us up in the air? I don't understand. Okay. Let's try this. Let me have the player land directly on top of it. It just... what? I moved the... huh? That's dumb. Dog needs stuff. It's apparent when the child node is selected. Yes. Okay. I'll be right back. I gotta take the dog out. But I will see what this does. Really quickly. Alright, so there's a physical problem here because this is launching us both higher and higher every time. Yeah, there's not this much energy in the system. There really wasn't. So this is added some energy somewhere. Okay, I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. Forza Horizon 6 files got leaked. Is that game out? 5 was the most recent one, right? Or is this like an unannounced game right now? Pre-downloaded encryption? The way I understood pre-download is that you actually get the raw files. There's just like one file or something in it that's encrypted, and all it does is like a yes or no to like run the game. Like the game checks the file. Which means if the game is checking the file, then the game has the value it's supposed to be. They probably use MD5 where like the entire hash table is, like every hash is known. Maybe they don't even do that. I mean, I guess the issue with the pre-download is that does it mean you download everything and you're waiting for a date to pass? Or is it you're downloading most of it and then you download a small key file that's only available to download after the date has passed? Hey, R1. It's one of those two. So if it means they can crack it early, then... Okay, well, like I said, if they crack it early, the file that's... the script that is checking to see if the file exists can be broken into and modified. I would think a pre-download, the only way that can really work is if there is a key that doesn't exist that you download after the date's passed. It's only available then. And it encrypts like most of the files. So whenever the date comes, you download it and then it has to do the decryption to get the original files back. Let people download it on a release day instead of not pre-downloading. I mean, I guess that's always the risk, right? They understand that if they do pre-downloads, people can probably play it sooner than is meant. Found a loophole. I mean, like I said, there's two things. Either you have like all of the files and one unencrypted, and you download a key, or no, you have all the files, they're not encrypted and you're just waiting for like a date to pass. Or there's one encrypted file you download that wait, like, yeah, I don't know. And I guess it's also like if you know it's either got to be really slow encryption to be secure, which means the pre-download, then you're just gonna sit there chugging your CPU for like 3 minutes while you're decrypting everything. Or it's only one small file that needs to be unlocked, which could be super secure. But if it's only one small file that has to be unlocked, then whatever is checking the file can just be said to say, oh yeah, just assume it's good. I mean, here's the problem. Main problem there is that the pre-download exists because the files are too big. And some people would literally be waiting days to be able to play the game because it's just not there yet. Or it's just such a large amount of stuff to download in the first place. That's the real problem. So what's the issue here? Why is it incorrect? Oh. It's probably that. No, okay, this is still adding velocity. Okay, so I have to include the spring force then? Nope. That makes it even worse. Oh, but this is inverted. Okay. Wait, what? It's different. It's gone. Uh. Oh. Okay, I saw it like I saw it. Really? Um. hmm. This is real encryption, all you can see. Sell it to Steam. I think I don't know, the only thing left for encryption is really hashing. Because hashing is just mine takes this long to compute, and it's this math. I don't even know how you would like prove hashing, but as far as like encrypting and decrypting goes, RSA is just the best. Just that concept. You have a public and private key. And the way that those two are created, at least, I don't know, I guess there's other methods you can do it, you know, mod, like you can have any kind of operation, but mod is the simplest, right? And it works, yeah, it's better for the math. Anything extra just makes it slower and doesn't really make it more secure. So I think as far as encryption goes, it's like RSA for like binary, that's it. I'm sure there's other ones, but I think they're all just kind of the same idea. You have a public and private key, they're computed in some way. Or I don't know, maybe there isn't anything else. Maybe there's just like there's an extra step in there or something. Like there's a salt. But otherwise it's always just RSA. The game called Directive 8020 got leaked. Someone started automated these Steam downloads. I mean, like I said, depending on how they do it, I don't know how they do it. If it's waiting for a date to pass, then that's just bad because you can just change the script to assume it. Or if it's something like that, or it's checking a file and saying, or it's like downloading a key and then hashing that with some file to see if it's correct. Because then you can just say, oh, well, I know what a correct hash already looks like, so I'll just make it do that. It's kind of that idea. The script knows what the result should look like, which means the result is in the script. Horizon turns out to be a mistake from the devs. The same person. I don't know. I mean, maybe they're all leaked, and the guy who's doing it is just doing particular ones that they want to do. Or it's still like some developer thing where the developer is supposed to provide their key. And some developers are just like, admin password for the key. So it's like a password guesser can figure it out. Or maybe they're generating like a 5-character ASCII key, which is really easy to guess. I'm sure my computer could do a 5-character ASCII key. So where's the extra force coming from? This just made it worse, which is... I don't even know. Because the spring force points up, which means the object is going to point down. But I mean, it is supposed to be effective mass, which means it will add them together. Because then it's like a spring with two masses, right? But I mean, even then, this is still less, it's still technically less force. So much hacking and cracking lately? No. It's definitely lazy people. Probably not even that. It might genuinely be a thing where people who are working in there are just like, I hate this, this is anti-human, and so I'm gonna just make it non-viable. So, maybe that's it. I mean, like I said, pre-downloads are an effect of games being so large that you pretty much can't even put them on a physical disc anymore. Like, the disc would be expensive. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what physical discs are for like 100 gigabytes, actually, so I don't know. So it's like you buy a game and then you have to wait like 2 or 3 days after you buy it because the download is just that slow due to your internet. Which is also a thing of we could literally all have like gigabyte internet, we just don't. Because likely just greed. We're using the LLM suit. Well, I mean, what I understood is that you said they're getting crap because people are using LLMs, which I don't think is the case. I'm on Elon's internet, it's not even one. I mean, that one's a totally different problem because to have like satellite coverage continuously, it's just so much hardware. Like, I honestly wonder if they're profitable. If Starlink is profitable. I think they're already at the state where they have to replace because their satellites are, I don't know, dying. Kind of is, I think, that's what I think. I mean, they did increase prices, which to me would mean that they probably weren't. I mean, obviously that means they're not profitable enough, but I guess it doesn't mean if they were not profitable in the first place. Yeah. I mean, I guess it should be. Spring calculate force, the relative contact velocity. I think I need to provide mass. I think I have to provide mass. How much mass is supported by this spring? Stiffness and damping independent. I think it's just not true. Yeah, it's just not true. Oh no, it is. Right, it is. Okay, well, it's still okay. I guess it'd be total force over that, right? So what I would do here is I would do spring. The mass of this object over the combined mass. Effective mass. Right. Yeah. So it's, I mean, it should be minus, right? Does Elon have any profitable businesses? I mean, in a way they all are, because the net worth has increased, right? In a way. Just want to go, you know, I had a 17-day period before you get disconnected from no payment. Try prompt you for a week, and the next week they give you a warning that'll be canceled. Why would they? Weird. Is that how it normally is? If you don't pay for internet, they let you keep it for a little bit in a grace period? I mean, but they still give you one, which I think is just surprising to me. Is it like a utility thing? Do utilities do that? Like water and electricity? Like if you miss it, are they required to give you some time? Does internet count as that? If you don't pay, they are required to give you some amount of time. I mean, actually, now that I think about it, internet actually makes a lot of sense to give the grace period, because if you shut off the internet, then they can't pay you. So that actually makes sense for internet to have something, because you would be using the internet to pay them. That actually makes sense. Especially if it's a location where the next closest internet could be like 20, 30 minutes away. Yeah, that's okay. That makes sense. If nothing else, at least it makes sense that you would let them keep internet for a little while so they can pay you. if they miss the day. Why does that launch it though? What? I see the shadow, but I don't see the mesh. What? Interesting. Wait, did it go that way? Oh, I think it went I think it just actually went the other direction. I was looking the wrong way. Or no, I think it just went straight up. Yeah, that would, okay, whatever. Let's see. Okay, so this is the first frame that I'm applying spring force. So spring force is open the spring. Huh. Hmm. I'll be right back. I'm back. Right, so times inverse mass. Even for myself, this is What kind of acceleration is this? Wait, 624. So this is a meter. This is like 2 meter velocity change, right? But for the ball, this is a 186 meter velocity change. Pressing it into the ground at 186 meters per second after a single step. That's just kind of crazy. What is my current velocity? So I go from -7 to -5.9 something, I think. Right? Collision force, -9, minus total force, which is even more. So yeah, this one just gets launched into the ground at absurd speed. Okay. Which is annoying, because if the velocity between the object and my spring were to cycle back and forth a few times, would that even do anything? Because this would change the velocity of my spring in one step. And then the velocity of the ball has changed. So now our relative contact velocity is something very different. Is this what I have to do? I have to iterate this one. Just by changing this. I mean, I guess so, right? Because technically the game runs at 10 of these velocity steps, which is what would happen here, right? The spring pushes on both masses, and then the relative velocity between those masses has now changed. So it looks at that and says, okay, now what would the force be if these were the relative velocities? and it would arrive at a more accurate solution with just the more times you run it, right? So in my case, I'm doing this. Even 100th of a second is still crazy because I just, like I said, I've suddenly made the collision force just like blast this sphere into the ground at like 200 meters per second. So I went from -7 to -5, and this one goes from probably also 7 or -7 to like -207 in a single step. A 100th of a second, it goes from -7 to -200. That's what happens here. I mean, I guess I could even step over it just to like show that that's actually exactly what's happening. Oh, I stopped it. I'll just leave it there. Right, ground state. Oh, I guess it bounced off the ground before me, so it's actually coming up at 1 meter per second. I step over this. In 100th of a second, this accelerates 195, now like nearly 196 meters per second into the ground. That's just nuts, right? Okay. So I've got to do iteration on this one. There's just no shortcut. This one has to be iterated. Can I extract the velocity steps? So if I change it here, then I can change it myself? I mean, I think even doing 3 iterations will probably improve the result, because I would build up a third of that acceleration in a single frame instead. It is nuts. What is this? Favorite kamikaze. Yeah, it goes from +1 to -196 in 100th of a second. That is like, that's probably like faster than bullet acceleration. Actually, I don't know how fast bullet acceleration is. That's probably comparable to bullet acceleration. But this is also a 1 kilogram mass, so it's actually, it's definitely way more, I think, than a bullet experiences. Because a bullet's like in grams. This is 1,000 times that, and it's accelerating at like comparable speeds. Actually, what is the muzzle velocity of a bullet? Wikipedia. A firearm muzzle velocities range from approximately 120 meters per second to 370 meters per second. So this is like literally a bullet. I have launched a kilogram mass in the same way that a bullet comes out of a gun. Set up a car model and rendered out as a movie scene. Put it at 196. In 3 seconds. Well, this is 100th of a second. How long is a bullet in barrel when firing? Just a random result, 0.002 of a second. So I mean, it's comparable, I guess. It's not off by that much. One-hundredth of a second. I mean, actually, yeah, what is that in G's? Went from +1 to -195 point something. So it's like actually 197. Those are like 197. It's an acceleration of 19,000. I mean, I don't even know why I needed to do the math for that, but yeah. If it was sustained. Okay. So yeah, probably like doing an iteration probably 5 times is better, because I can just keep updating the ground relative contact velocity. And since I passed the step, then I also know yeah, because then I would just use last length. If speed is infinite, oh, well, I'm providing speed every time. So step is not even really useful there. But I guess I'll pass it correctly. Too much speed, yeah. I just applied 19,000 meters per second of acceleration to the ball. That is like what happened. Okay. Right. So oh man. I'm not even face through walls with that speed. Well, thankfully I turned on continuous collision detection, which means it's supposed to be less likely to pass through stuff. But still, like, if an object is small enough, then it could. Or maybe if it's large enough and it's traveling slow enough, it could. I don't know. It's something where, like, I'm not even sure how continuous collision detection really works. But I know that there's a limit where it has to travel some amount of distance relative to its size before it will do that. So yeah, high speed is like guaranteed that it's going to do it. But it probably wouldn't stop like 2 small objects from passing through each other. Collision. Yeah, I mean collision. Yeah, I don't know how CCD works. Or what the math changes to. I know that without it, it will just translate it by that distance and then check if it intersects something. And then it will do a collision. So it would absolutely pass through it because it would, in a single take, it would move 100. Or like, yeah, like 19 meters in a single tick. So it definitely passed through the ground. What size or weight? No, it's like, I saw it somewhere. It's like probably some setting. Movement threshold here. Fraction of a body's inner radius of the body must move per step to make use of continuous collision detection. So even if it's turned on, slow moving things just won't do it anyway because there's no need to. Or I guess slow compared to its size. So like a bullet traveling 0.1 meters per second would probably be doing it constantly because it's just that small. It could move like more than a few centimeters. But if it's like a car moving a centimeter per second, or a centimeter per tick, I guess it would be meters per second then it wouldn't even need to because it would just be, it would be moving like 1% of its length or something. Or like 10% of its length. What? 1 centimeter to like 5 or 6 meters. So it'd be doing a very small fraction of its size in a single take. All right, I'm gonna sit down now. My feet are telling me it's time. I'm going to return to the throne. Okay. I do this somewhere else. Is it, it's here, isn't it? Oh, this would have to update the other one's position too. All right. I think I gotta do this. So what I will do is I provide a direct body state and then an other state. And what those will do is it will compute the forces and then apply them. Apply them immediately. The thing is here, I calculate the spring force and I don't apply it until late. This doesn't apply until late. It is at the very least prior to this. Is the spring total force used? Okay, so it is used there. Spring velocity, stop. All right. Actually, I'm gonna have to wrap it up here. Gonna be having lunch, dinner, something in between with family here in a bit, so I'm gonna go and wrap it up here. But this is what I'm going to do next time. Iteratively update velocities and positions Positions? I guess so, right? For better spring results. Reset the states after calculations. Calculate, yeah, I'll just call it like, I don't know, iterate forces, whatever. Okay. Good to see you, Seem. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, thanks, you too. Or I guess you'll be going to bed soon, so. Yes, that's for tomorrow. Okay. Do I have anything? Do I have anything I want to do now? Because Input Manager has something. What's an Input Manager? Oh, right. I set the, right. No, I remember. Why are those all... Whatever. I won't commit that yet, because I need to figure that out. Okay. Yeah, that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.